weeks, I will get time to realize it's right before my eyes, and I can take it if it's what I want to do. And I am leaving, and this is starting to feel like it's right before my eyes, and I can taste it. It's my sweet beginning. And I can tell just what you want. You don't want to be alone. You don't want to be alone. And I can say it's what you know, but you know it the whole time. Yeah, you know it the whole time. Maybe next year I'll have no time to think about the questions to address, and I don't want to.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Ago, we hosted TEDxLondon 2019. And much like all of you, we had no idea what the next 3 years would bring.
Wait, I knew Mariam was going to do this. She doesn't even introduce herself before she starts things. I need you to know why we're all here, because Mariam Pasha is the curator and director of this incredible movement, and her and her team have spent the past 3 years making sure we can all be in this room. So before we even start, please give them a massive round of applause.
I am delighted to be here, and it's so wonderful to see all of you. I'm joined by my friend, an incredible poet, mental health activist, all-around amazing human being, Hussein Manower, as my co-host again today.
Cheers! Thank you. I remember when I first heard about the pandemic from a dear friend of mine. He was telling me a pandemic is coming, and I didn't understand what he meant. And then I learned what he meant, and little did I know so many things I would be missing. Human connection, love, people, and I learned so much. I'm sure we all did. How we treat our neighbors, how we treat ourselves, and how we can impact the world, and how through that there's a little bit of hope. And that's what I think we all held on to.
Absolutely. The world showed us if it puts its mind to something, it can do it. And so today is about creating a roadmap to the future. And I think to do that, we need three things. First, we need to come together and be able to experience things like this together. Second, we need to share ideas and we need to listen. And third, we need to be inspired. We need to know that winning is possible, that progress is possible.
Yes, and the good news is a lot of the solutions that we need are already out there. But what we need to do, and it's something that I'm trying to do all the time, is challenge and change my own assumption on things. And together we can work brilliantly and differently. And I'm so honored to say our speakers today reflect that.
So before we keep going, we've got a few housekeeping things we are obliged to tell you about, of course. So to start.
Yep. You can post on social media, but please don't film. And also, please do not use your flash.
You will see in the newspaper that you all received content warnings under some of the talks. Some of the topics we will discuss today will be difficult or sensitive. If you need to, please do take a break.
And if you do need to take a break, you can take it whilst me and Mariam are talking. Mm-hmm. We don't mind. You can get up and leave. But please don't do it when our speakers are on. If you do, you'll have to wait until the end of their talk is finished to come back inside.
Now, Hussein, I know that you are all about the energy.
Yeah, I'm not about these energy prices, though. I can only work off energy, and that's why when I was invited to be here today, I was excited because we are in London, which I believe is truly the greatest city in the world. Agree? So, we're going to do a little bit of crowd participation. I'm going to say okay, you're going to say all right, I'm going to say all right, you're going to say okay. Okay? All right. Up at the top, okay? All right. Okay. At the bottom, okay? All right. Okay. Now I need you to stamp your feet, put your hands together, and please allow Mariam to say what she's been waiting 3 years to say.
It is time for TEDxLondon!
It's time for TEDxLondon! Thank you, wow. I'm sure all of our speakers backstage are receiving this incredible energy that you're putting out to them. They're going to be sharing their hearts, their passions, their life's work. So please be open to receiving it and share it to the world.
We have the pleasure of introducing our speakers today, so let's get started. We wanted to kick off the day with a talk that would set the scene, to help us hear, to listen, to think differently. There's one thing that's become very apparent over the last few years, which is that the news and the world can be extremely overwhelming. The constant headlines, the pings on our phones, the 24-hour news cycle, it can leave us feeling paralyzed.
It's really true. I'm not going to lie, I have this really toxic trait where I'm laying in bed just doing this. I've checked my phone before I've even brushed my teeth. I've checked my phone. And I'm so glad that this next speaker's here, because over the past decade, our next speaker has researched the impact on the news and our mental health, as well as exploring what the alternative could be. So here to help us change our media diet, please welcome Jodie Jackson.
The world is on fire, and we're all going to die. This sentiment reflects almost every front page news. Every alert that pings on my phone, every breaking news story that I read is in some way a version of this, told in many different ways about many different topics. I've had a decade-long obsession with understanding why this is and researching what effect this has on us, especially given how frequently we're exposed to it. And whether you're a news addict or a news avoider, you will be affected. I know I was. I got to the point where the news made me feel so depressed about the world that I couldn't watch it anymore. And this is incredibly common. But feeling depressed doesn't have to be the overriding side effect from being informed. There are ways we can engage with the news and feel more empowered, more connected to the world, and more capable to act within it. But to achieve this, we have to change the way we use the news. Navigating the news is in fact a skill. And it was only recently that I learned that there was a name for it, that it was called news literacy. So even though I'd been in this space for the last 10 years, researching the impact of news on our mental health and developing ways to build healthy news habits, I had never heard this term before. And this is because news literacy is traditionally about being able to protect ourselves against misinformation. And although this has become a slightly polluted term, where people claim fake news to undermine information they disagree with, it is an actual thing. And it's designed to sow discord, disrupt and divide society, as well as damage our ability to make informed choices. And it can be harmful. In 2016, a 28-year-old man entered a pizza shop filled with families in Washington, D.C. He took out his rifle and began shooting. Why? He believed, because of misinformation, that this pizza shop was the base for a pedophile sex ring involving Hillary Clinton. Now, this is one of the more well-known fake news stories, but misinformation is everywhere, and it's difficult to identify. Only 22% of UK adults have been able to successfully spot false information. And so news literacy has grown around this need to help teach us how to separate fact from fiction to become reliably informed about the world. This is the central pillar of news literacy. But for me, this approach is fundamentally incomplete. It's not that it's not valuable. It's just not enough. We are missing something. Because misinformation is not the only thing that prevents us from being accurately informed. And in fact, we need 3 pillars. You see, we have a culture in our newsrooms that if it bleeds, it leads. The news reports on the worst things happening in the world at any given moment, prioritizing problems, conflict, and violence, and ignoring stories of solutions, progress, and development. So we need a second pillar within news literacy to address the fact that this negativity bias creates an imbalanced and distorted picture of reality. And it leads us to think the world is a more dangerous and terrible place than it actually is. When in fact we have achieved and continue to achieve some of the most rapid improvements in our history. I'll never forget a conversation I had with my mother-in-law, Eva, right after I had my first child. And she said she worried for my daughter because the world is so much more dangerous and terrible than when she was young. Now bear in mind, Eva was born in Germany into a world war in 1945. But she believes the world is much worse today. But since 1945, globally speaking, we're more prosperous. We have fewer people living in extreme levels of poverty. We have better health. We're living for longer. We have better technology. Oh, sorry, I've just seen that I've gone through here incorrectly, so I'll start that again. So we have fewer people living in extreme levels of poverty. We have better health. We are living for longer. We have better technology. The technological advances are incredible. We have more processing power on our smartphones than the whole of NASA had for the moon landing. We have lower levels of child mortality. We have fewer deaths from conflict. We've made meaningful progress in our development of renewable energy, as well as being able to afford better access to it. And this isn't to say that everything has improved for everyone everywhere at every moment. But it's to highlight that despite significant progress, many of us continue to think the world is getting significantly worse, because that's the story we're most often told. The world is on fire, and we're all going to die. So this negativity bias creates a whole different form of misinformation. It's misrepresentation. It is not an accurate reflection of the state of the world, and as a result, we don't have an accurate understanding of it. And thinking of the world in this way, that we're in a perpetual state of decline, is not only inaccurate, but it can be harmful. It can make people feel anxious, and not necessarily about a particular issue, just generally anxious, depressed, fearful, hostile towards each other, and helpless in the face of large global issues. So how do we fix this? Well, we don't stop reporting on problems, but we begin seriously reporting on solutions too. And I'm not talking about light-hearted, uplifting stories that just make us feel better. I'm talking about real journalism that investigates progress and helps us understand how issues are being dealt with. And there's a skill to this, because it's not just knowing that things have gotten better. We need to know how they have and why they have. This gives us critical information. By learning from how communities are successfully responding to problems, it helps us better identify and implement effective action, especially in areas where these problems aren't yet solved. And this does more than just improve our mood. This shifts our mindset. This creates new parameters for possibility. And this has been shown to increase our levels of hope, optimism, resilience, connection, and self-empowerment. And the thing that's really important to stress about these feelings is they don't arise from denying or shielding ourselves from the world's problems. They arise when we allow ourselves to see what's possible in their presence. To be clear, this is not about ignoring problems, nor is it about redirecting the media lens from here to there. It's about widening the lens to see the whole picture. But there is a huge resistance to this. With all the terrible things happening in the world, reporting on progress can be considered insensitive or irresponsible, as if it will give us a false sense of security. But this is just not true. And it's irresponsible not to. Because without it, we're left with a false sense of insecurity, where we believe the world is worse than it actually is. So we need to expand the definition. And these first two pillars of news literacy that I've spoken about, seeking truth and striving for balance, they relate to how information is produced. But there's a third pillar, and this focuses on us and how we process information. And I'm referring specifically here to our cognitive biases. So these are our thinking shortcuts, which have been developed over thousands of years and then fine-tuned by our own personal experience. And they exist to help us prioritize and process information quickly. But because of their rapid speed, they are filled with processing errors, which interfere with us processing reality accurately. So if I was to ask you to roughly estimate in the last 5 years how many people have died from commercial plane crashes versus car accidents, just as a rough estimate. So roughly 1,200 people have died from Roughly 1,200 people have died from commercial plane crashes versus nearly 6.75 million from car accidents. And if I was to ask you what percentage of the world's population are currently refugees, 14.5%, 4.5%, or 0.5%? The answer is, in fact, 0.5%. And the bias responsible for these often incorrect answers is known as our availability bias. This is because the more often we see something, the more common we believe it to be. Now, these examples may seem abstract, but these inaccuracies in our assessment can have real-life consequences. They affect what we care about, what we act on, what we legislate against, and what we vote for. And we need a basic understanding of our cognitive biases, not least of all because these vulnerabilities in our psychology are exploited by the very companies that we use to inform us. It's our own negativity bias that helps explain why we even have the "if it bleeds, it leads" news culture. Because we are prone to pay attention to threats in our environment, and news organizations want to get our attention. And then there's our confirmation bias, where we actively seek out and agree with information that reinforces our existing way of thinking, and we reject or avoid information that challenges it. And we're particularly vulnerable to this bias when we get our news online, because the algorithms are designed to give us news that we like and that we're primed to engage with. And considering 73% of us get our news online, this bias can often be very busy. Now, these are just 3, but there are many, and it's important we understand our cognitive biases and understand how they manipulate information so that we can better protect ourselves against the distortions they create. But it's not like a magic trick. It's not like once you know what your biases are and how they work, they stop working. But it allows us to account for them and to build strategies to limit the exploitation of them. Now, what all of this shows us is that the news is complicated. Our relationship with it is not straightforward. And if used incorrectly, it has the potential to cause serious harm. And if this were any other product on the market, one of 2 things would happen. It would be recalled, or it would be relabeled, and it would be given more rules to ensure it was used safely. Well, news literacy provides us with those rules, and we need these 3 pillars to support them. 1, to combat misinformation and seek truth. 2, to counter the negativity bias and strive for balance. And 3, to account for our own cognition. Truth, balance, cognition. TBC. And this acronym is better known as to be confirmed. And for me, this is just a perfect summary because it reminds us to pause, to be critical and aware that the news we consume is always in some way to be confirmed. That there is effort needed in our engagement with it. And this effort is a really important element because news literacy isn't something we just learn and have. It's something we practice and do. And at this stage, people always ask me what I do when it comes to the news. So I'll share with you 3 things. Firstly, I try and get my news offline. And this can be a physical news product or a news program. And the reason why I like this is because it's intentional and deliberate. You are seeking the news rather than the news seeking you. My second recommendation is just to slow down. We do not need to be checking in with the news every minute of every day. The world doesn't change that quickly. And even if it did, we would still need time to make sense of its events. So I prefer a much slower form of journalism, a weekly news magazine or program that has time to fact check and that takes a longer time frame on an issue. And finally, include solutions. If you don't actively seek them, you will not see them. And without them, we're psychologically starving ourselves of understanding what we're capable of as individuals and as a society. We're instead limiting ourselves to learning from failure. And that can be a slow way to learn. Now, these three small things can have a big impact, but we need more. We need a fundamental and radical shift in our relationship with the news and our education about the news. Since having children, I've become acutely aware of how much earlier in life this education needs to begin. Because the news is everywhere. It affects everyone. And we all need better guidance on how to successfully navigate it in a way that leaves us reliably informed about the world. But being accurately informed isn't the end goal. It's a tool. Because if we want to build a better world, we have to understand it better first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jodie. There's been a few ideas I've seen lately that have really captured my imagination. When I hear about them, I start to think what is actually possible when we look at society from an intersectional lens. As we discussed earlier, I know we made a joke about it, but we're all in the midst of an energy crisis. And that thing shows absolutely no signs of slowing down. And for a lot of us, I know for myself especially, I've started to question for the very first time in my life, why does this cost so much? Why do we have no control over it? And where does it come from?
So, I couldn't agree more, and that's why we're just so thrilled to have our next speaker with us. He is the technical director and interim CEO of Repowering London, which for the past decade has been empowering communities to fund, install, and manage their own local clean energy. To talk to us about how we can revolutionize and reimagine the energy system that works for both people and planet, please welcome Felix White.
Last year, my energy bill was about £2,000. This year, I'm on track for a £6,000 debt. So like lots of people, I'm looking at my bills, and I'm not just thinking, this has gone up a bit. I'm thinking, I can't pay this. And if this is happening to you for the first time, it's scary. You're thinking, can I afford the energy I need? But for hundreds of millions of people worldwide, access to affordable and reliable energy hasn't happened at all. And here in the UK, this is still the experience of many of the 4.5 million people who have to pay in advance for the energy they need using a prepayment meter. So like putting coins in an old-fashioned payphone, when you run out of credit, you get cut off, like this. The organization I work for supports people who can't support the energy they need. So let me give you an idea of what living on a low income with a prepayment meter can be like. Paul lives with his partner and 2 kids in a flat here in London. Because they've got a prepayment meter, they have to pay more for every unit of energy than if they had a regular meter. Paul's diabetic and keeps insulin in the fridge. So if they have a power cut, they don't just lose the food in the fridge, but Paul's medicine. So sometimes they turn off the heating to keep the fridge on. Sometimes they turn the lights off and use candles. Sometimes the kids have bread for breakfast rather than toast. And with the heating off, the flat gets damp, and the black mold in the kitchen gets worse, and the kids' asthma gets worse. For them, the threat of a power cut is not a maybe, but a daily reality. So if we think everything's been okay until the energy crisis of 2022, the lights have stayed on. That hasn't been true for everyone. And now it's not going to be true for many more people. Because with the surge in oil and gas prices, this winter, everyone in the UK can expect to pay twice, double, what they paid for their energy last year. And the big mystery about this energy crisis is that we already have technical solutions that can completely transform how much energy we need, where it comes from, and what it costs. Right now, today. Renewable energy sources keep getting cheaper. And unlike the gas that we bring in from other countries, once you build this stuff, no one can shut it down because no one can stop the wind from blowing or the sun from shining. And when you combine renewables with energy efficiency, you can have a home that is warm in winter, cool in summer, almost without a utility bill. So it should be a no-brainer. We should be building this stuff as quick as we can. But we're not. And I've been wondering why. The existence of prepayment meters tells us something about the values that underpin our energy system. In the UK, it is illegal to cut off somebody's water supply. But if you can't pay for your gas or electricity, then you can be cut off. So, unlike water, energy is not seen as a basic human need, but as a commodity like nice shoes or a fancy car, something that you can choose to buy or not. And so if you can't afford the energy that you need, it's not because the system has failed, it's because you failed. But what if we took a step back and said, energy is a basic human need, and everyone should be able to access adequate and affordable energy, because everyone should be able to access adequate and affordable energy. Well, then we would take different decisions about how the system is run and what infrastructure gets built. But energy is one of those things that for most people, we don't think about it that much. It's always there in the background, kind of invisible, until, like now, there's a problem, and it's not. And the people who design and deliver our energy system are energy people, not us. So as I see it, our energy problem has three parts. Firstly, the system doesn't see Paul's lights going out as a problem. Secondly, the system is not building the infrastructure that we need. And thirdly, we don't see that we have the power to change that. So our challenge is to rewrite the rules of our energy system and to make our power visible. Where do we start? Well, let's start where a group of community leaders started in 2013 in Brixton, South London. They wanted to take control of their own energy supply by putting solar panels on the roof of some flats. But rather than ask the council to do it, they wanted to do it themselves, together, as a community, and to share the benefits with everyone. So that's what they did. They negotiated leases for the roof space, and they raised the money through a share offer, which means the panels are jointly owned by local investors. And they created a community fund, so all the profits go there, and the community get to decide how it gets spent. In this model, in this community energy model, everyone can be part of building a sustainable future. And one moment, please. In this community energy model, everyone can be part of building a sustainable future, whether you're a homeowner or a renter, whether you live in a house or a flat. Everyone can be part of this. And this is what it can look like. This was a really big win for the young people that helped install those solar panels and for all of us. But there was a but. Because of the way the rules of our energy system have been written for big power stations, the residents weren't allowed to use the electricity being generated above their heads. And instead, the majority was getting sold to the grid to big power companies. And as well as being annoying, this was unfair, because if you live in a house with solar panels on the roof, then your bills will go down. When I joined Repowering London in 2016, part of my job was to try and find a way of feeding not just the profits back to the community, but the electricity. That's what we've been working on. And now with our partners, Energy Local and Octopus Energy, we're testing a model which means that anyone who lives on the estate can use that solar electricity, and that they can decide how much it costs. So right now, they are paying 6p for their solar electricity and 35p for the grid electricity. I don't have enough fingers to show you 35p. When was the last time you got to decide how much your electricity costs? Never. And it gets better, because with this model, any solar energy that isn't used by one person automatically gets shared with somebody else. In the national market model, that energy would have to be sold to the highest bidder. But when you own the infrastructure and set the rules, you can decide to share. And if Paul and his family lived here, then this model would help them to keep the lights on. Now, I know we need more than solar panels, especially in the UK. We need to massively scale up energy efficiency and low-carbon heat. But this example is just to show what's possible when we change ownership rather than technology, and when we come together and use our values to set different priorities. So hopefully you're thinking, this sounds great. Why isn't it happening everywhere? Well, I'll be honest, it's hard. Anyone trying to change the energy system is swimming against a strong tide, and it carries you backwards. Bringing people together can be tough. It takes time, and you'll probably need help designing and funding the solutions that are going to be right for your community. But can it be a solution for everyone? Yes. We need to change the rules to make it easier for everyone to be part of this and to get the benefits that make it worthwhile. Right now, less than 1% of the renewable energy infrastructure in the UK is community-owned. Let's make that 20%. And let's make it easy for any community to share their energy with their neighbours or local businesses. If we change the system in this way, it will do way more than change our bills. It will mean that everyone can be a co-owner of their own power station. And it would mean an extra £3 billion coming back into our communities every year. So the solution to the energy crisis and even the climate crisis isn't just more renewable power. It isn't more nuclear power. It is more people power. It's about you. It's about changing who controls the infrastructure, whose voices are heard, and prioritizing our collective wisdom over the short-term profits of a minority. It's about making our power visible and making sure that everyone, including Paul, stays connected. All of you here today can be part of this, either by joining a community energy project or starting one, because that's how everything starts. That's how Brixton started. It's not just about putting in time or money, but making connections and sharing opportunities. It's thinking, does my employer have buildings that we could put solar panels on the roof? It's thinking, where does our school buy their energy from? There's facilitators like Repowering London across the country who can help and want to hear from you. Our energy system literally connects us, but in its current form, it also divides us because of the unequal ways in which we can or can't access it. But it doesn't have to be that way. The energy and climate crises can feel overwhelming. They are overwhelming. And one of the most reassuring things that I've found is just to do something with other people, to take action together and not feel alone, because you're not alone. When you can see power, then you can take power. And I hope that our time together today helps you to do that. Thank you.
You know, Hussein, this is off script, but I have to tell you something. We had rehearsals yesterday, and we were talking to the team here at Sadler's Wells. Do you want to have any guess how much their energy is going to go up?
In this building? No, I don't want to guess.
243%.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it just shows the importance of that last talk. It's staggering. Okay. Now, moving on. Some of you who are lifelong TEDxLondon fans might recognize our next speaker. She spoke at our first event back in 2018, and she's back with a new idea worth spreading.
She's an author, a journalist, a consultant neurologist for 15 years. Her latest book, Imaginary Patient: How Diagnosis Gets Us Wrong, came out earlier this year. To share with us what she's found, please welcome
Dr. Jules Montague.
If you walk 7 minutes from where we are today, you'll reach a hospital. It's an old hospital for the poor called the Finsbury Dispensary. And in the early 19th century, hundreds of women seemed to have one thing in common. Their faces were green. This condition was called chlorosis. Now, if you had chlorosis, your medical records would look something like this. The doctor would say, this woman's face is decidedly green, she's melancholic, she's tired, and her periods are absolutely chaotic. Good news, though, doctors had a cure for you. You were told to stop drinking coffee and to start dressing appropriately. I'm looking at you in the front row. One male expert also suggested that all women with the condition should copulate as soon as possible. I'm still looking at you in the front row. Now, this was an international diagnosis, but it had disappeared by around 1900 because we had different explanations for these same symptoms. Some of these women probably had endometriosis or anemia or thyroid problems. The other thing that happened, and this is slightly embarrassing given that I was a doctor, this condition was around for 400 years, and it took all of that time before doctors realized that these women had not been green after all. It had just been the imagination of the doctors. I apologize for all doctors in this regard. Diagnosis is just a label. You go to the doctor and you've got a symptom, maybe you've got a cough or a pain, and the doctor runs some tests and they give you a diagnosis. So your cough becomes asthma or your pain becomes arthritis. And that diagnosis is really useful to you because it means you can explain your symptoms now. You can make sense of them. This is why I've had a cough. It also means you can get the right medications like inhalers, and of course you can get to the right specialists. But you can see very quickly how diagnosis is molded by factors other than science. So chlorosis was very much about the morals of the time. It was a judgment about how you behaved or how you misbehaved. I was a doctor for 15 years, a neurologist, and I believed in diagnosis. Science was on my side. But then I became an investigative journalist, and I started to wonder, is diagnosis still informed by what we look like and how we behave? Does bias still influence our diagnosis? And in order to answer these questions, I went and I gathered stories, and I'd like to tell you 3 of those stories today, beginning with the story of Jeremy. Jeremy was a teenager when he received his diagnosis, but he's now in his late 60s. He lives in the Lake District, and he works outdoors. He works with his dog, Timmy, a rescue dog alongside him, and he builds stone walls. He still has the rugby build of his youth. When Jeremy was 14, he received a diagnosis. When he was 14, he fell in love with a boy called Stephen. And when the priests at school found out, one of them walked him to the local psychiatric hospital. Jeremy received his diagnosis, and it was called homosexuality. This was an official psychiatric diagnosis that day in June 1972, and it was recognized by the World Health Organization until 1990. Now, we know that a diagnosis leads you to treatment, and in Jeremy's case, that was electric shock treatment. He was brought by a man into a room, and his wrists were tied to the sides of a chair. He was a teenager. And a man in a white coat hooked Jeremy up to a machine and then delivered electric shocks for 1 hour and 15 minutes. Agonizing. Jeremy then had to return for months all the way through his A-levels, and he was told not to tell his parents, although it turned out they had known all along. Homosexuality was an official diagnosis, recognized by major medical organizations. There were peer-reviewed journal articles about it. There were clinical trials searching for so-called cures. And the fact that this was a diagnosis for me really comes down to bias. Bearing in mind that some of these trials weren't just covered, but they were celebrated in newspapers like The Guardian and The Times and The Scotsman. So why did this bias come around, and how did it inform this diagnosis? Well, society had already judged Jeremy and others. They were judged for how they lived and who they loved, and as a result, their so-called behaviors were labeled, they were medicalized. Hundreds of people across the UK received this sort of treatment, and tragically, some took their own lives. Jeremy tried to take his many times, and to this day, he can't wear a watch around his wrist because it reminds him of the straps that were used to tie him down. He tells me that time and therapy have helped him to deal with some of the trauma, what he endured, what was done to him. And he quite likes his life now, he tells me. It took him a long time to get here, but he did. Just as bias influences whether a diagnosis exists in the first place, it also influences what diagnosis we get. So I want you to bring yourselves to the present day, and you're outside the doctors, and you're with your child, or your niece or your nephew, and they've been playing up a bit recently, they've been acting out, they're impulsive, they have some behavioral issues, and you're doing the right thing, you're trying to get them support. So you walk into the clinic, and here's what might happen. If your child is white or Asian, there's a chance they will get a diagnosis of ADHD, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. If your child is Black or Latino and presents with the same symptoms here, there's a far greater chance they'll get a different diagnosis. And that diagnosis is oppositional defiant disorder. So here's what your next few weeks and months and years are going to look like. Kids with ADHD, ideally, are supported with behavioral therapy, specific support at school perhaps, and some children benefit from medications. And it's a long journey, I know that. But let's contrast that to a 7-year-old child with oppositional defiant disorder. Instead, you'll be sent to parent management training. Your parenting is officially seen as defective. That could be you next weekend. You're going to parent management training or aunt training or uncle training. And you can see how on Monday, when your child goes into school, the teacher looks at the report, looks at the file, and sees the word oppositional and defiant, and they lower their expectations perhaps for that child, or they tighten up their discipline. And these children are more likely to fall out of the mainstream educational system and into the criminal justice one. I want to bring...
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. We need to fix your mic.
Sure.
Sorry, everyone, just give us 1 sec. I'm going to send you back here. You have me for 1 second. You're going to hold the tension. We're going to get that done. Hold it. Don't breathe.
Hello, everyone. I've always wanted to do this, but I'm going to do it now, seeing as there's an opportunity. You know, life's about taking the opportunity. Anybody here from North London? South London? West London? East London? Outside of London? I'm low-key convinced all of you cheered for every single category, but that's all right, because that's what today's about. I know there's a lot to digest and decompress, and I, for one, am already feeling the emotion of today, and yeah, thanks. that music was doing a lot, I ain't gonna lie. I know there's a lot that's going on in the world, and there's a lot to digest and decompress from today, but honestly, don't ever underestimate or forget how powerful your voices are. I, for one, started my journey into life from a small place called Ilford. Woo! Are we good?
Okay, thank you so much.
You saved them from me telling them about Ilford.
I ran out here. Okay, we're going to give Jules a big round of applause. She's going to start from the place where she left off. Big round of applause, please.
I want to bring us back to the present day, and I want you to imagine you're at the doctor's. You're outside the room waiting to go in, and you're with your child or your nephew or your niece, and they've been having some behavioral issues. They've been acting out. They're impulsive. Now, you're doing the right thing. You're trying to get them support. So in you go, and what happens there is really going to dictate the next few weeks and months and years for you. If your child is white or Asian, they are more likely, with some of these symptoms, to get a diagnosis of ADHD, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But if your child is Black or Latino, they're far more likely to get a diagnosis called oppositional defiant disorder. Now, here's why that makes a difference. And again, I want you to think about the next few weeks and months and years. Kids with ADHD ideally are sent towards support and behavioral therapy and maybe accommodations made for them at school. And it's a long journey, I appreciate that. But think about the 7-year-old, let's say, with oppositional defiant disorder. Instead, you're going to be sent to parent management training. And that's because your parenting is officially seen as defective. That could be you next weekend. You're going to parent management training or aunt training or uncle training. And think about the impact that has on a 7-year-old child. They go into school on Monday, and in the file, the teacher's going to see a diagnosis, oppositional defiant disorder. And you can understand how a teacher is going to lower their expectations in this situation and maybe tighten up their discipline. And these children are more likely to fall out of the mainstream medical system and education systems and into the criminal justice system. For me, this comes back to this idea of bias, because these diagnoses are decided at medical conferences, at scientific conferences, and they get refined there every year, and then that diagnosis travels through hospitals and clinics, and it ends up in your home. And if you can imagine at any point during that journey, you can get systemic biases jumping on at any station. This is the way that race is mapped onto perceived hostility. These children are seen as disobedient and they are labeled as dangerous. There are ways to revolutionize these behavioral diagnoses, and I want to talk about that. But first of all, I want to make a case for change by telling you one final story. And this is the story of Mikey Powell. His family know that I'm telling you this today. I heard about Mikey from his family when they told me that he had died at a Birmingham police station after being restrained. And he received a diagnosis after his death. That diagnosis was called excited delirium, and I had never heard about it in my 15 years as a doctor. Let me tell you about Mikey. He was 38 years old. He was a fun-loving, dedicated dad, his family told me. He spent half the week with his partner and kids, and then the other half with his mother, looking after her. He liked to put on reggae parties at people's homes. He had mental health issues, but he was fine on medications from his GP. One September day, he had an episode. He put his fist through a window, and his mother called the police. She called the police because they had helped before. They'd been fantastic. Mikey had had another episode in the past, and the officers had come, and they'd talked him down off the roof. They all had a cup of tea together, and off they went. This time is different, and I know what I'm going to tell you is difficult to hear, but Mikey wants this story to be told. On this occasion, they arrived, and they told Mikey to get down on the ground. Mikey refused. He hit their car with a belt. The officers then ran their car at him and ran him down. They hit him with a baton. They handcuffed him. They sprayed him with CS gas. And at one point, there were 8 officers on Mikey Powell on the ground for 15 minutes or more. He was then placed in a van wedged between the seats, and he was brought to a custody cell, and it was there that officers realized that Mikey had stopped breathing. There was an investigation, and officers were up on various charges, including assault. And it was this point, Mikey's family told me, that this diagnosis was forwarded, this diagnosis of excited delirium. And the inference was that Mikey had died because of some innate biological malfunction within his body. Some mechanism had gone wrong, some disease. It wasn't anything to do with being restrained on the ground or the police van being wedged between those seats. It was Mikey, it was him, it was his body. In the end, all the officers were acquitted. There were no disciplinary charges, there were no criminal charges, and that's even though an independent inquest a decade later found that Mikey Powell, on the balance of probability, had died because of a lack of oxygen following police restraint. The cases I talk about when it comes to excited delirium, I know I'm talking about the police here, but it's not the officers that make the diagnosis, of course, it's doctors. And the diagnosis is made in the autopsy lab by pathologists or medical examiners. Even though this is something that is seen after restraint, sometimes these cases do go to court, for example. And when they do their examination, their autopsy, it's not like they find some biological signature of excited delirium. Instead, these medical examiners depend on a behavioral report. They need to know how the victim was acting right before they died. So who do they get this behavioral report from? They get it from law enforcement. In other words, the diagnosis of excited delirium is based on the account of the people who restrained the victim in the final moments before their death. Here's what the report looks like if you have excited delirium. The report will say this person, the victim, was breathing rapidly, they were sweating profusely, they were struggling. That's what the report says. But I was thinking about this, if all of us got restrained outside here tonight, 8 officers on us for 15 minutes, we would all be struggling and hyperventilating and sweating, and that wouldn't be some disease within us. That would just be us trying to survive. This comes back to bias, because who gets diagnosed with excited delirium after these cases of restraint? It's usually men, and it's almost always people of color and people with mental health issues. And bias feeds into bias, because the people, if you look at custody deaths in this country, the people most likely to have been restrained are people from Black and minority communities. Excited delirium, you might not have heard of it the way I hadn't in my whole career as a doctor, but it's an international diagnosis. There are around 800 cases a year in the States, but we only know about the ones that go to court, like that of George Floyd. So I started digging into cases here in the UK, and I found about 2 dozen, and then it seemed that the numbers were going down. And then I saw a different sort of pattern. I started finding training courses on excited delirium, so anyone can become an expert on it. And as I was trying to understand what happened, I realized that the Royal College of Emergency Medicine has just endorsed this diagnosis. It has been relabeled as ABD, acute behavioral disorder. It's got the same signs, same symptoms. They're calling it a description now rather than a diagnosis. They've written this critical guidance, this handbook for medics and paramedics, for police officers, for lawyers. So I looked at this handbook. I looked into who wrote this critical guidance. And I discovered that the co-author is the medical director of the Metropolitan Police. These stories, while I investigated them, they were overwhelming to me, and I'm sure they may be to you as well. And you sort of think, well, what can we all do? And I wanted to try and leave us here today with 2 very concrete things that we could all do to try and think about how we can make diagnosis better. The first of those involves you going in to your GP or your specialist doctor. And it involves really dismantling diagnosis, rethinking it entirely. So think like this. You go in to your doctor, and let's say you've got a diagnosis of asthma, and you get put on inhalers. When you go for a follow-up appointment, you review the medications with your doctor, and there's a discussion around whether the inhaler should be stopped or changed, rejected entirely. So why don't we do the same thing for diagnosis? Why don't you have an annual appointment, a collaborative dialogue with your doctor, whereby you say, well, is this diagnosis helping me? Is it harming me? Should we reject it? Should we change it entirely? There's something else, though, because the issue with that first solution is that's diagnosis by the time it's here. We need to attack diagnosis when it's here, when it's at these medical conferences every year. Because the problem with those conferences and those rooms is that they don't represent the people who are diagnosed. So here's the thing, you can sign up to these medical conferences. It's one way to spend your weekend, I realize that, but you can sign up to them. And you can go either as a patient with lived experience or a patient advocate, and you can make sure that room represents the people who are diagnosed. Now, I promise, for anyone who's skeptical in the audience, I promise this can happen. I remember being a junior doctor and going into a conference on ALS, or motor neuron disease. It's a terminal condition. People have a life expectancy of 3 to 5 years. And I walked into that auditorium, and half the people in there were people with ALS. And they weren't there in some tokenistic way. They were there in a way that profoundly changed the way we thought and we spoke about the condition. Diagnosis is valuable, but it is also fallible. And it took the stories of people like Mikey and Jeremy to help me to see that. I hope that their stories today will help you to rethink diagnosis also, so that we can all receive the care and the compassion that we deserve. Thank you for listening.
I'm not really allowed to talk about Ilford again.
So sometimes you meet someone and I absolutely know that I want to have them on the stage. I want to make sure we can spread their ideas. I want the world to hear. Our next speaker is exactly that person. And when I first met them, I asked, "What do you do?" And he said, "I'm a professional agitator," which definitely seems like a job I'd like to have.
He has had a career that spans over 3 decades in public policy, public affairs, and public theology, all leading to social justice. He teaches at UCL and Newcastle University, and he has served as a senior religious affairs advisor with the Obama for America campaign and for the Biden-Harris campaign. He was recently appointed as chair of the Guardian Foundation, TEDxLondon. Please put your hands together for Professor Reverend Keith McGee.
I believe in you. I believe in you. Regardless of the difference of your politics, religion, sexuality, I believe in you. When's the last time you heard someone say that they believe in you just as you are? When was the last time someone said to you what mattered most was not how much you were alike, but how much you're different? I'm pretty sure that you and I are quite dissimilar. I'm a Black American. The obvious, yes? I'm a Protestant preacher. I'm an economically responsible Democrat. And I'm the father of an amazing son. And I'm also dyslexic, which gives me a little grace and gets me accommodations. You and I might also disagree on some pretty fundamental stuff. I believe that God exists. I'm just not so sure that he is a he. I'm pro-abortion. I served on the Obama administration's, the Obama campaign for both of his campaigns. But I'm not so sure that Barack Obama was the best thing that ever happened to America. I don't believe in trickle-down economics. I say tomato, not tomato. But however different we are, I am certain that if we can have one simple conversation, that we could find something in common. And that thing might be tiny, it might be small, but I believe it's enough for us to begin something remarkable. I believe that you and I together could build something important, that together we can achieve something important. One thing that you and I have in common, if you live here in the United Kingdom, is that we're lucky enough to live in democracies. But democracy itself is being threatened every day, with authoritarian leaders gaining growth around the world. In the United States, my country, we recently experienced an attempted coup, and now our democracy is at risk of everything that we thought was true about America. One of the great threats to democracy is polarization. There used to be a time where we were able and had the ability to agree to disagree.
That no longer exists now. We used to be able to really disagree on some major stuff, but we had a sense of finding a way to come up with some shared purposes and then working through the complicated stuff. But today, we are increasingly going into our bubbles. We are increasingly finding news feeds that only say what we want and going onto social media outlets and finding friends who only agree with us. Because we all want to be right, right? But I believe it's time to do something different. That it's time to actually engage with the people with opposing views. And instead of starting with fear and disdain, we have to do something else. Because what has happened to us is that we've started to move further and further away from the precious idea of common ground, where we could solve our problems together. The problem is, democracy can only function effectively when people are able to come together. When we split into tribes, begin to despise each other, progress becomes paralyzed. You saw this happen in the debate around Brexit here in the UK. When democracy looks like it's not working, some people will start to wonder whether it's worth it or not. We've seen this happen in the United States. When Donald Trump was running for president in 2016, I was in Cleveland, Ohio, on my way to a repast after a funeral of a mentor and a congressman. I was in an Uber with an African-American Uber driver who told me he was going to vote for Donald Trump. I missed the entire wake. I spent an extra $100 tipping him because I wanted to know why. I wanted to understand why he was committed. And I asked questions, I listened, I silently disagreed, but I listened. He said to me that I believe that Donald Trump can give me a job. I had a job. I was a construction worker. I was able to take care of my family. And maybe Donald Trump will build the Trump Tower in Cleveland. There was a sense of hope in something different that might matter. When I got out of the car, I said, Donald Trump is going to be president of the United States. If a black man on the east side of Cleveland has decided that he's going to vote for Donald Trump, that Donald Trump sees him, what had we done wrong? I wondered, what if we had listened to him and other people like him? Would democracy be safer now? I firmly believe that if democracy is going to be saved, that we need to truly be able to listen and to understand each other. And that's how we can get to common ground. So you ask me how you do that? I'm so glad you asked. Well, usually when someone starts expressing an opinion that's in the direct opposite of what we believe, we tend to respond a few ways. We try to convert them by shouting louder because, the louder we are, they can hear us. We display outrage, or we become condescending, or we totally disengage and completely retreat into our bubbles. I think there's a much better way to react. First, by learning how to talk to someone that you disagree with. And most importantly, how to listen to them in a way that enables us to develop empathy. Empathy allows us to cut through the toxic tribalism that exists in us so that we can see another human being. The thing that often causes us to shout or retreat is fear. Now, that's ironic because the best way to dispel fear is to engage with the other. A few years ago, I was doing a site visit in North Philadelphia with some colleagues who worked for a historic preservation charity. When it was time to leave North Philadelphia, we were desperately trying to find a taxi out of this quite challenging neighborhood, right? Picture this. A very posh white woman with a Birkin handbag and a stunning diamond ring, which honestly had me nervous. And an unassuming middle-aged white man. As we crossed the intersection, there were these rather disheveled two fellow black guys. As we walked by them, I uttered, "What's up?" They nodded. Then we moved on. Then one of them yelled, "Yo!" I could see my colleague shaking. She was shaking. And I turned around and I saw one putting his hand in his bag. And he pulled something out and he said, "You want to buy a mixtape?" We gradually made our way back to them, and can I tell you, we had the most fantastic 20-minute conversation. It resulted in these guys and their band being invited to be performers at their charity the following year. During that conversation, all of that fear just began to melt away. So I want you to put your fear to one side and start practicing empathy. And that does take practice. It's not easy. Empathy is like a muscle. You have to build it up gradually and keep flexing it regularly. To build it up, the first thing that you have to do right now is to stop avoiding difficult conversations. Instead of walking away from them, do like we did in North Philadelphia and start walking towards them. It takes courage, but I'm asking you to be brave. How do you empathize with someone who expresses views that you find offensive? The answer is simple. It's love. I've never in my life met a person that I could not love. However distasteful their words may be, their language, their actions, I can always find the humanity in another. Make it your goal to listen, really listen, and try to understand why they think the way that they do. And just as when you go to the gym, don't start with the heavy stuff. Stretch. First, stretch. And then awaken that muscle and start with the easy stuff and work your way up. And once you build up to mutual trust and respect, you might be able to touch on some of the tough things that you disagree on. And then ask simply, why do you feel that way? Use your empathy skills to really listen to the answers, and it might surprise you. I have a friend that's a white supremacist. We've been friends since we were 7. I certainly don't agree with his views. I actually detest them. But I've spent enough time with him to know why he holds them. And it's not for all of the reasons that I originally assumed. It's not because of hate. It's because of fear. He's frightened that he and his children will be erased and they will lose power. While I think he's utterly wrong, I understand why he holds those views. Some people worry that their opinion might be eroded if they engage with people who don't think like them. I can't promise you that won't happen, but would it be so terrible to have your view shifted a little? I'm almost certain that things that you truly, deeply believe in, deep down in your soul, They won't be erased because you listened to someone. They won't be erased. And don't worry by allowing someone to air their opinions that you're validating them. You're not. Understanding where someone comes from is not the same as agreeing with them. And if what they say hurts and it triggers anger, I'm going to be honest with you. It's a risk. But I think it's a risk worth taking. Tell yourself, it's not about how I feel, but it's about why they feel that way. But you have my permission to walk away from it if it's too much. If it's too much, it's okay. But do me a favor, please don't just give up. Try again on another day. Why do I think it's worth being upset and taking the risk? Because we can't rely on our elected officials to overcome polarization and to create unity. I believe that when you give people a chance to be seen, to be heard, and to be understood, that big things are possible and that unity becomes possible. I'm not so naive to expect that this is going to be some sort of immediate societal change, but we have to have courage to build something that we can't see. Rome wasn't built in a day, but every day a brick was laid to build Rome. The British are excellent at queuing, right? You might even say it's something that unites. Well, if you could just show kindness and understanding to the person in front of you and the person behind you, that's an important way to start. If everyone does that, change will eventually come, and let's call it trickle along empathy. So let's stop waiting for someone else to lead us to common ground. Go out there and you be the one. You know why you? Because I believe in you. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. What amazing first session.
Whew. Yes.
What do you guys think? Right.
First of all, before we go into the break, we'd like to remind you what's going on in the break. You can pull our speakers for a chat. They will all be on the speaker lounge, which you can find on the mezzanine level. Did I say that right?
I like the way you say
mezzanine. I saw that word, I was like,
level. Yes. That is a space for you to ask questions, maybe to tell them how their talk has already inspired you, and to be kind and nice. Not that I have to remind you. Also on the mezzanine level is Houseman's, our bookseller. So we have lots of books there for you in the theme of today, as well as from current and past speakers. If you're really inspired, you can get one. Our speakers who have books who are speaking today are happy to sign them. Houseman's are pretty awesome. They've been around since 1945, and they are a radical bookseller. We like that. Also, in your newspaper, please remember to check your local area map. I say I'm going to make you switch sides with me now. And because I came on wrong. And in your map, thank you. I have a clicker and I have not been advancing, but someone has been doing that. Thank you, Magic. And I was like, I'm fine to use this. You will see discounts. So please, during the break, go use your lanyard, your badge, or your Eventbrite ticket and get a discount. A couple of important things. Please take everything with you. It's not reserved seating, and I highly recommend trying a different view for the second session. The doors to this room will open at 2:35, but before all of that, I have something very special. We have something very special for you. Now, for those of you who don't know, Hussein Manawer is an incredibly talented poet. His debut poetry collection, Life is Sad and Beautiful, released in was released this May and was an instant bestseller. He was the first British Pakistani poet to enter the Sunday Times bestseller list. Well, they tried to keep you out, didn't they? But
Oh, they always can some shit.
so we couldn't have him here with us today and not ask him to share one of his incredible pieces. So please welcome Hussein Manowar.
Thank you. 3 days ago, I just got back from Pakistan, where I was on an aid mission to help the people that have been affected by the floods. And the poem I've chosen, I'm just going to explain a little bit of context as to why I've chosen it. So the Pakistan floods have affected 33 million people. So when I was there, we was just doing what we could, me and two of my school friends, distributing hot food, setting up medical tents and aid. And I met this old man, he's a granddad, and we call him our Baba. And I went up to him and I said to him, Baba, if I could tell the world a message for you, what would you want me to tell them? And he looked at me and I felt like he was looking right through me. And he said, Sam hum ko bhul gaye. I didn't understand what he meant, so I looked at my friend and I said to my friend, what's he saying? And my friend didn't want to tell me, and I said, tell me what he's saying. He's saying that you all forgot us. And then he said, Ladkiya ki madad chahiye, that the women need help. And then he pointed at the children, and then he said, Bache ko bhook lagi hai, the kids are starving. And then I looked at the kids, and they're going, chachu, chachu, sweet there, which means uncle, can I have a sweet? So I'm there thinking, in the worst crisis you've ever faced in your life, you're against dengue fly, waterborne diseases, your houses have been stripped, there's now quicksand, snakes, mosquitoes, you're asking me for a sweet. And I felt two things. I felt ashamed and embarrassed, because these are not the Pakistan floods, these are floods caused to Pakistan by us. And the poem I've chosen is called Superheroes Needed, Please Apply Here, because this is a superhero calling. See, the problem is we as humanity have dropped the ball, but we believe we're balling. We've also lost our drive as humans, but we think it's fine because the cars we drive are never stalling. The reality is we applaud reality when, let's be honest, our reality is rather appalling. So this is a superhero calling. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you all the problems of the world. Why? Because my heart hurts. But my mother always said, my son, you put your heart first. So I then let my heart search, and when I did, I realized it made my heart worse. We polluted the planet so bad, we grew to become our own curse. And there's people across the world, and I hate to admit it, but yes, they're really dying. There's war, and there's famine, and there's NGOs trying. I can't believe my entire life I have grown up with adverts on the TV with babies that are crying, and after these tea parties, I am voting for anybody because to me, everybody's lying. And there's animals getting killed that we could never bring back. There's photos, poses with their corpses. Who would have ever thought that? And whilst we're stuck up on this wire, I wish I was a liar. Deforestation is thriving, the Amazon's on fire. They're taking the planet's lungs to feed another buyer. But look, it's not all bad. Because if you'd like to apply, the criteria is you don't need a cape. Nope. You don't even need a signal in the sky. Listen, you can hide your face. We really don't care if you can't fly. You don't need a special vehicle, a theme song, or a lullaby. But we just really need you now. We need superheroes to come and make this right. Because all we do every day is put on breaking news, WhatsApp each other like, oh my days, have you seen it? I can't believe it. It can't be true. Another world crisis. Every day there's breaking news. But something has to happen. You see, there must be something we can do. We can't just put injustice in a place where everybody gets a view, and now we're flicking through the TV. And you know what we're missing? Children in the channels, lost for words. I never realized I signed up to be playing Scrabble. Now the ground I have to tackle, there's so much more we have to mackle, so I just pray we find solutions for the problems that arise. And everything we do, may we do it for a better life. I'm praying for our ability to give strength for the lives for people who need it way more than us. because everybody on this planet deserves a chance for a peaceful life. So yes, TEDx London, this is a superhero calling, because we as humanity have dropped the ball, but the problem is us man think we're balling. And we've also lost our drive as humans, but it's fine. Why? Because the cars we drive are never stalling. And the reality is, we applaud reality, when our reality is rather appalling. This is a superhero calling. Thank you. We'll see you after the break.
music.
What's wrong with you? What is it you want? What's so special about me? I'm ordinary and you're too insistent. You are too insistent. Don't you stop an instant. I know not. Why won't you let me go? Why won't you let me go now? Just let me grow. I'm still a tiny toad. What's wrong? It's been so long. Is it me you're after? Days and nights and light years and still no disaster. You are so persistent. Oh, we're so persistent. Should we act like people who say they have seen it all themselves? Indifferent, I know now. Why won't you let me know? Why won't you let me know now? People, they want to know. I'm such a tiny toad. Why won't you let me know? Why won't you let me know now? Why won't you let me go now? Just let me grow. I'm still a tiny toad. What's wrong with you? What is it you want? What's so special about me? I'm ordinary and you're too insistent. You are too insistent. Don't you stop an instant. I know not. Why won't you let me go? Why won't you let me go now? Just let me grow. I'm still a tiny toad. People, they want to know. I'm such a tiny toad. Why won't you let me know? Why won't you let me know now?
Some folks make decisions and some folks clean the streets now. Imagine what it feels like, imagine how it sounds. Imagine life is perfect and everything works out. No tears are falling from my
Gotta shake a leg. Welcome back.
Hello. Hussein, how was the Speaker Cafe?
Really, really good. Oh, wow. How many of you went there? Make some noise if you went there. It was a lot. There was a lot of really good conversations.
Yes.
I really urge you to speak to somebody that you don't know. It's a really good environment to network and build relationships and allow this to be the birthplace of a start of a conversation, because that is what something like today is designed to do.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So we have a jam-packed? The tiredness is slightly getting to us. It will happen all through the session. A jam-packed second session for you, so we'd love to get started with our first speaker.
Yes, we're going to start off session 2 with something a little bit different. We're joined by the incredibly talented British-born Nigerian photographer, poet, filmmaker, author, and mental health researcher, K. Adekunle Rufai. And he's the founder of the acclaimed Smiling Boys Project and was the first artist in residence at the West Midlands Police.
He is going to be chatting to a staple, I would say, of the TEDxLondon stage, Ben, the iconic Ben Hurst, who is a
that's
activist.
right, woo,
I know,
give him his
woo.
flowers.
They both
Woo.
get a woo. They both get. Ben, if you don't know Ben, he's an activist working with men and boys on gender equality and masculinities, and is a former TEDxLondon speaker, so he knows what this is all about. Please give it up for Kay and Ben.
Yo, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm inspired. I got the opportunity to listen to some of the speakers earlier, so I feel really invigorated. So
Fam,
excited.
Honestly, this is an honor. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with Kay. Fam, you're the founder of the Smiling Boys Project, and we both are here today because we work in the same field, right? We work in schools around the topic of masculinities with men and with boys. And I think for a lot of the listening audience, they probably don't know what it's like to be in schools. Unless they're teachers, for most of us, the last time we were in school was when we were in school, right? Like when we were students. So I'm wondering if you can paint a bit of a picture for the audience of what the context of working in school is like in 2022.
Yeah, so for the teachers in this room, I'm sure this is not alien to you, but I think, again, in terms of the protected characteristics, so I work specifically with black boys. So within the school, there's a micro experience that they undergo, and ultimately, I think lots of rules, lots of sanctions, some incredibly carceral, a lot of them highly disproportionate to particular groups, and obviously in this case, black boys particularly. But also, I think it's important to also highlight there's a lot of love in schools, and there's a lot of intentions that are placed in the wrong places, but the desire's there. I guess it's a mishmash of all those things within a school environment.
Yeah, and I think that's important, right? Like to acknowledge that school is not all bad, right? We're not trying to alienate the teachers here. We're not saying that you use a lot of trash. This is important to recognize that people are doing the best job that they can do in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
But in loads of cases, that's also causing a lot of harm. And like you say, specifically to black boys. Is that experience of working with black boys in particular different to working with all boys in general?
Yes, that's the short answer to that. I think creating something which to them is the closest semblance of a safe space within an environment that actually, surprisingly, most of them don't feel safe, is something that is very racially homogenous in terms of that provision. Right. Because depending on the school, sometimes they are either the majority in the school but don't feel like it, right. Or they are the minority in that school and therefore feel over-policed for that nuanced behavior that's culturally relative to them, and in a wider context of the school is seen as just being disruptive and all these other things. So yeah, so there's definitely a very tangible difference in that.
Right, and you're on a bit of a mission, right? In fact, I want to start with a little bit of a quote. So this is a quote from Auntie Bell Hooks. It says, teenagers are the most unloved group in the nation, more specifically, black teenage boys. Emotionally abandoned by parents and by society as a whole, many black boys are angry, but no one really cares about this anger unless it leads to violent behavior. And this is really important, right? Both of us sitting here as black men, I'm sure that we've both felt this experience of having all of these emotions, having all of these feelings, and having no outlet for them, not knowing where to direct those kinds of feelings. And you're on a mission to restore the humanity of black boyhood, which is a pretty powerful sentiment, right? But I'm interested in what that means and where that humanity is lacking in what areas. What's that like for the boys?
So I think for all of us, I want us to kind of imagine, honestly, what visual imagery comes to our mind when we think about black boys. For a second, think about that. And to genuinely ask yourself, this clicker should be working. Does it look like this? Yes. Does it look like this? And if we're being honest with ourselves, we will know that this is not the imagery that subconsciously sits within our minds when we think of black boys, right? And my mission to restore the humanity is knowing that there's a dearth of these types of images in our conscious and subconscious minds, which have a direct correlation to disproportionalities when we think about school exclusion rates, which is 3.5 times more for black boys. When we think about stop and search within the London context of 9.5 times more than any other race. And then in the Mental Health Act detainment as well, which is 4 times more. So recognizing that these things are not coincidences, and these things are not, they are direct byproducts of these informed and reinforced images that already sit in our mindset. So for me, having images and using this as a kind of vehicle to really shift in the humanities that is not afforded to black boys into the forefront of our mind is the central part of my mission.
And these pictures are so beautiful. Look at these boys. Do you know what I'm saying? Look at these guys, man. Beautiful pictures of boys smiling and being happy and enjoying their lives. And you're right, this is not the image that we see in the media. This is not like the kind of picture that is painted to us when we look on TV, when we look in films. I was going to say when we listen to podcasts, but doesn't quite work. But what I am interested in, right, is this image that you speak of, so this negative portrayal of black boys, is this something that is internalized by them? Is this something that they are feeling about themselves and about their peers, or is it just something that's being put onto them?
I mean, it's an interesting thing to really explore in that regard, because I think it's a combination. I think there is a lot, if we move on to the next slide. Yeah, okay, sorry about that. The clicker's not doing what it's supposed to do. But, so if we think about these images, the contrast between these two images, same person, and it's, so the program, at the end of the 8th week of the program, I photographed the boys and really challenged them to show a version of themselves that I've seen in the classroom for the last 8 weeks, and a version of themselves that they know exists. But do they feel safe enough to continually show that version to the world? And so the black and white images represent what they give me first, which is what perhaps is what they are used to seeing of themselves. That's what people are used to expecting of them, and that's what potentially feels the safest for them. And what you see in the colored images is the truer version of themselves that I earned the right to challenge them to show after the whole period of 8 weeks of building trust and exploring various things, which we will get onto shortly. So I think there's a projected image, which is outward facing, where people see that version of themselves because that's safer for them to walk in their neighborhoods looking like that. So nobody wants to check them and test their masculinity. Right. But ultimately, there's also a version that is projected upon them through the media representation and all of these things that then become a self-fulfilling prophecy of what they perceive, that everybody expects me to be this way anyway, so I might as well step into that role with more comfortability.
Right, and you speak about this idea of earning the right to challenge them to show that side of themselves, and about this 8-week process, which I'm sure everybody's interested to learn about. And for me, right, as somebody who does this work as well, who goes into schools and works with boys in maybe a slightly different format, one of the things that I think is it's rare to see them looking like this, right? Like, I think what we see here in these images is the real transition from the image that they portray to the world into the truer versions of themselves. And I feel like it's really hard to get them to open up and to just smile and be present. So I'm wondering what your theory of change is, right? Like, how are you using photography and conversations to move them from this point to this point? How does that work?
Right, so I think before the program was designed, I traveled to the top 5 happiest countries in the world to explore what makes people happy. And then this research was then used to kind of create a creative arts program, which uses photography, poetry, and film to really empower these boys with the tools to unpick all these themes. So if we have a look at the slides shortly, yes. These are the 8 pillars that the program is rooted upon. So each week, so the program is 8 weeks long. So as I highlighted before, the first week is about building trust with these boys, which empowers them to unpick what does trust look like. Do they experience trust within this institution of schooling, in their household, within their friendships? And then ultimately, freedom being one of the very key pillars that we unpick. What does it mean as a black boy to be free?
Right.
So authentically be yourself. Is there spaces that are curated for you to do that? Openly, honestly. And then by the point when we end up at the final week, which is the week around purpose, that's when I bring out the cameras to photograph them. I set up their school, just as you can see over there, with some colorful backdrops, and I ask them to come in and choose a color that speaks to their soul. And ultimately, most of them say, "Do you have black background, bro?" I'm like, "Unfortunately,
I need that black, bro.
There's no black, so you're gonna have to choose another color."
Right.
And really empowering them. Again, they were openly exposed to that from the first session when I step into the classroom, which obviously, as you can tell, I probably don't wear much black. So at that point,
intentional.
they recognize that this is a challenge for them to really step out of their comfort zone, which has always been curated from the beginning of the 8 weeks. And then we see the contrast. You know, this young person in front of this image that you can perhaps see, you know, we had a 45-minute conversation of why he doesn't feel like he wants to show his smile. And we had to get to the bottom of that, you know. So each image that you see, there's a minimum of 30 to 45 minutes in the conversation in terms of empowering them to really challenge what it is that is really uncomfortable to them about showing this version of themselves. And then we have Nando's as well to celebrate.
Yeah.
So you gotta have that.
So for anybody trying this at home, right, the 2 keys are have Nando's at the end and don't introduce the cameras on week 1.
That's right.
What I want to know, right, is you speak about this idea of freedom from this idea of almost this like uniform of black masculinity that is placed upon these boys, the things that they have to wear, the things that they have to say, the ways that they have to behave. What does freedom from that look like for the boys? Because I'm imagining you're not super prescriptive, right? You're not saying, all right, now you have to dress like me and talk like me. So what is that image of freedom for those boys?
So, again, just like you highlighted, the ambition is not for it to be, you know, one size fits all. Freedom is authentically being yourself and to be able to feel empowered to be that version of yourself in any space and everywhere that you can be. So the next slide, which is an image that would kind of bring to light. So these are the same young boys that are standing in front of a one-dimensional visual of themselves. So this is a 3-dimensional versus a 1-dimensional. And then you see...
guys, man, I can't deal with it, honestly. It's too much.
Right, so again, they're 14, usually 13, 14 is the age group that I work with. Some of them are taller than me, bigger than me. So this particular billboard was in Hackney, and there's a group of these boys. We were celebrating their images being in their environment, not because they were drug dealers or killed or all these other reasons, but just because. And then there's a corner shop not too far from this particular billboard. And then while we were there, these boys all went into they tried to get into the corner shop to get some things. And then the shopkeeper didn't allow them in for reasons that I'm sure we are all pretty aware of, right? But to be quite explicit, if some of us are in any such doubt, These boys weren't allowed to come in strictly because they were all black boys dressed in a particular way. And I'm not even sure whether if they were dressed differently, that would make a difference.
Right.
But with all the information that we have, they were dressed like this, which is how most teenagers in London that live in the inner city dress, right? So they were refused entry. And then I was informed of this, and I decided to just go into the store. So this shopkeeper was like, oh, those are your images outside, because I've seen you here a couple of times putting them up, man. They're amazing. I love those images. I love that. I was like, do you really? Because the same human beings that were in that image attempted to come into the store, and you refused all of them. But yet you speak of this positive emotion that you have connected to this images.
Right.
And so for me, freedom in the context of these boys' experiences is recognizing that the way the world perceives you has a premeditated outcome even before you show up.
Yeah.
And how you choose to show up may or may not affect the breadth of freedom that you have. And for that, you have to be conscious. So for them to think, okay, wearing a black tech fleece is great because that's how you express yourself. But is that the only way in which you can feel free to express yourself? And are you consciously disallowing yourself from expanding into beyond a tech fleece if that is inherently what is genuine to you? And really giving them the space to interrogate that without judgment and empowering them to really expand what potentially they feel the license to be free looks like for a black boy like them that lives in Peckham, Tottenham, Edmonton, Brixton, Kennington, all these areas.
Right.
That sounded like a rap, but it wasn't.
I mean, the bars was fluid, you know. But I want to wrap this up here with one last question, which is, for those of us who are going to engage with this work, some of us might have seen it around, we might have seen it at the Barbican, we might have seen it out and about on the streets, we might see it here today. For those of us who are witnessing the work that you've made with these boys, what is your hope for the afterlife of that work? And what would you say to those of us who are viewers of it about what we can do to change the tide of what's going on here?
Yeah, I think the afterlife question for me is, I think this image really resonates so strongly with me in that the first kind of hope for that is that the younger generation of children grow up with a plethora of images that expand the humanity of black boys like this.
Right.
So as this little child is being pointed to look at black boys like her cousins or uncles or whoever it is in her life, to see this humanity, the cheekiness, the joyousness that exuberates from their faces, is for that to be commonplace. That's the first hope.
Right.
And in terms of like, what can we do? Is so, for example, with this particular partnership with the institution that I partnered with, is to recognize that these faces are alien in that space.
Right.
When young boys like this go into those spaces, they don't feel welcomed. And that's not just a perceived feeling, that's a conscious over-policing. That is a dearth of these images and people that look like that, that freely walk around that space. So this partnership was designed specifically to interrogate who feels like they belong there. Again, the second pillar of the program speaks around belonging, togetherness and belonging. Who feels like they belong where? So for me, the challenge is the spaces that we occupy in our personal lives, in our professional and outwardly as human beings. How do we recognize, firstly, that the images that are subconsciously lodged in our minds don't look like this of black boys? So when we recognize that, the second question is, what do we do to recenter a bit more fairness and equity in the ways in which we see young black boys being spoken to, treated, and being on the receiving end of disproportionalities, be it in the education system, a criminal justice system, or mental health institutions, to really start to actively question that within ourselves, whether be it micro or macro, to seek to always respond to that thought that comes in your mind.
Right. Okay, man, we could do this literally all day. I feel like I've got like a good 4 more hours of this in me. But we're going to wrap it up here. Bro, thank you so much for joining me today. It's honestly, again, my honor and my privilege to share the stage with you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. After we saw...
You made me do it.
I mean, look, it's all about beyond borders, isn't it? And who says you can't change the world whilst looking good at the same time? Right? I mean, we did... This is like... I was saying backstage, well, basically, I need to tell you a little secret, yeah. So my bottoms, yeah, it's called a kameez. It has like an elastic thread throughout, and I promise you, the elastic fell out. So when I got here, I just didn't even bother with it. But everyone backstage, with a collective effort, managed to thread the elastic through.
Like literally every single member of the TEDxLondon team.
So I
has done
had to
this.
do this, and then I made Mariam do it too. So yeah, round of applause for our outfits.
All right.
Okay? All right? Yes.
They still remember.
Yes. So before we go on with the show, we want to take a moment to thank some of the people who've made today possible. Now, I know when people normally do this part of the event, everybody starts going on their phone and starts talking and all of that. But honestly, we really want you to focus, because without the people and organizations we're about to mention, today would not have been possible. So it's really important for us to thank our supporters and partners. So let me start by giving a big thank to our headline partner, City.
Yes, round of applause. So, for those of you who don't know, City have been supporting TEDxLondon for going on 6 years now. And every step of the way, they've helped us grow and innovate. We basically go and we meet our people at City and we say, we have an idea. And they're like, oh, again? And then they make it happen. So they helped us launch TEDxLondon Women in 2018. They helped us launch Climate Curious Podcast in 2020. They helped Beyond Borders survive the pandemic and bring it back again this year. So really, we wanted to say just a massive thank you to City, and that we really wouldn't be able to be here without you. Thank you.
And also, this beautiful, incredible venue we're in today at the iconic Sadler's Wells Theatre. I remember I was in year 7, I believe, and I went on my first theatre play, and we came here to watch a production. So to be back here only like a couple years later, because I'm not that old. No, it's really special to be back here in one of the world's leading dance organizations. It's such a beautiful space, and I'm sure the moment you all walked in, you felt the energy and the warmth. So thank you very much, Sadler's Wells.
Thank you. And last, but certainly not least, is Be Inspired Films. I've been working with Be Inspired Films, Rav, and the team for 10 years. Be Inspired helps organizations like us get their ideas out and their messages out using film. All the talks that you see here today are filmed expertly by their team and edited and put online. And they have helped over the last, particularly for TEDxLondon, over the last 5 years, get our talks out to 17.6 million people. Thank you so much, Be Inspired, for helping make that happen.
Okay, so mental health is something that I've always been really passionate about. I remember, well, I still remember now, being British and being Pakistani, trying to talk about your feelings and what you're going through is such a taboo subject. And there's so much, with no pun intended, swept under the rug that we don't need anything else under there. So I'm always championing new and innovative ways that people, individuals, and organizations are finding ways to explore mental health. So I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker. She is a neuroscientist with a focus on linguistics and psychology, and she's here to tell us about a surprising new tool that can help those suffering from depression. So TEDxLondon, please welcome Dr. Amelia Mollin-Pakis.
In the past 2 weeks, on a scale of 1 to 4, have you felt like you've lost interest in your hobbies? Have you been eating more or less than usual? Have you felt sad? Finally, have you felt like harming yourself? These were the questions a psychiatrist asked my best friend 3 years ago, when he suspected that she may be suffering from depression. Based on her answers, he concluded that she had minor depression, but she was well enough to go home with a prescription for antidepressants. 2 days later, my friend tried to take her own life. Now, I wish I could say that this is a unique or a highly unusual situation. But unfortunately, the reality is it's not. Millions of people around the world remain undiagnosed with depression, or when they are diagnosed, they can face up to 10 years of trial and error until they land on the right treatment. But what my friend psychiatrist did was use the best tools he had to hand. These types of questions and clinical observation are the gold standard for assessing depression. So, how did this gold standard fail my friend? Well, to answer that question, I'd like you to imagine a slightly different situation. One in which my friend, or anyone here in the audience, was suspected of having diabetes, not depression. In this case, although your clinician may start with questions, they probably wouldn't stop there. They would move on and take your blood pressure, and then they would ask for things like blood tests and urine tests. They would then compare your results to the results of someone with diabetes and someone without. And it would be based on that comparison that they would judge whether you should be diagnosed as having diabetes and whether you should start treatment or not. Can you see the massive difference here? For physical health, in the past 100 years, we have had an absolute revolution in the form of tools that can help clinicians with more consistent and more objective metrics of physical illness. Tools like blood pressure cuffs, thermometers, blood tests, urine tests, mammograms, x-rays, and so many more. All of these are able to detect thousands of sometimes tiny signals of physical illness known as biomarkers. Now, biomarkers can be incredibly powerful when they're used well, because they can help clinicians identify conditions and treatments incredibly efficiently. But unfortunately, for mental health, there is no such thing as a blood pressure cuff or a thermometer for depression. But the solution to this problem may be staring us in the face, quite literally. What if I told you that the way in which our faces and our eyes move could in fact be used as biomarkers for depression? What if I told you that the way you speak or the way you behave inside of something as seemingly trivial as a video game could actually reveal not just whether you have depression, but also many other mental health conditions? Over the past 12 years, I have looked at how different people use and understand language. As a neuroscientist with a specialty in linguistics, I've examined whether patients use words and structures differently to people that do not have a condition. It turns out the answer is yes. My research is part of a much, much bigger movement that has found that things like the number of personal pronouns you use, or the intonation of your voice, or the way sometimes your voice cracks, all of these things are highly accurate signals for depression. Moving beyond that, though, looking at somebody's face and examining things like the arch of your eyebrow, or the way that the corners of your mouth move when you smile, these are also significantly correlated with many mental health conditions, not just depression. When I saw my friend experience depression, I resolved to find a way to bridge the gap between all of this amazing research and clinical reality, to create a solution for a problem faced by her, but also millions of others. I combined my expertise with that of my co-founder, Dr. Stefano Gorea, an expert in artificial intelligence, and together, we created Themia. Inspired by the fact that even in her darkest times, my friend found comfort in video games, we decided to use this very same medium to gather the biomarkers we needed from patients. You see, although you may not think that a video game is the obvious solution here to track mental health, the reality is games are incredibly flexible. A video game is simply an engaging interface built around a set of winning and losing rules. So, we decided to build video games where the rules are based on validated neuroscience experiments. Using these games, we're able to gather all of the information we need from patients. We can track a player's speech patterns, their facial expressions, and their behavior inside the game. We then compare this behavior to that of thousands of patients and healthy volunteers, and based on that comparison, we can see whether someone may indeed have depression, but also whether treatment is working for them. So, how do these games actually work? Well, although everyone experiences depression slightly differently and for very different reasons, there are certain common elements among everyone with depression. Common patterns in thinking and in behavior that have to do with the slight differences in how their brain works. Broadly speaking, there are two big categories of depression signals. One category are depression traits. Now, these are highly consistent patterns. Regardless of whether you're in a high mood or a low mood, these patterns will always be there. For this reason, if you're able to actually see these patterns, you can help find out whether someone should be diagnosed with depression or not. The other big category are depression states. Now, these are very different. These patterns fluctuate depending on whether you're in a low or in a high mood. For this reason, if you can actually track these, you can tell whether somebody's responding well to treatment or not. So, if you are able to track both of these types of signals, and you can combine them, you can get an excellent overview of not just whether someone does have depression or not, but also whether a treatment is working for them or not. Here, you can see an example of a game targeting numeric short-term memory. You need to click the screen whenever you see a number that matches a previous number. This is an example of a depression trait game. No matter whether you're experiencing a low or a high mood, if you have depression, we would expect you to behave in a very specific way. Over here, on the other hand, we have a speaking game. Now, this is different. We're asking you to describe a scene that changes as you speak. This is a depression state game. Here, depending on whether you are in a high or in a low mood and whether you're responding well to treatment or not, the words and the structures you use to describe the scene will actually be very different. Using features like these, we have indications that we would be able to track depression symptoms with over 90% accuracy. In fact, some research has shown that for other conditions like ADHD, you could actually diagnose them using tools like these with over 95% accuracy. So imagine the next time you go into your doctor's office, instead of them asking you to rate whether you're in a low or in a high mood and how much, you could actually play a video game that would objectively benchmark that for you. But using tools like these could actually have far more widespreading and positive impacts that you may at first think. I mean, absolutely. These tools can empower clinicians to find the right treatment and to diagnose way quicker. And that is fantastic in and of itself. But let me take you one step further. Think about how these objective metrics could impact the stigma surrounding mental health. When was the last time you heard someone say, "Oh, my friend doesn't have type 1 diabetes, she just needs to snap out of it"? Or, no, my brother doesn't actually need insulin, it's all in his head. I am a very firm believer that in the same way that you shouldn't blame someone for having diabetes and requiring insulin, you shouldn't blame someone for having depression or having bipolar disorder and requiring treatment for it. And from where I stand, an excellent first step in that direction is creating these objective empirical measurements of mental health conditions and symptoms. Measurements that cannot be argued against. Measurements that show that this is not simply inside someone's head. My aim here today isn't to berate or to tear down the mental health system in any way, but rather to highlight the potential for how much more we can achieve with tools like these. My hope is that more and more objective biomarkers will be found for mental health, and they will be made available to expert clinicians, not in order to replace their judgment in any way, but rather to supplement and to bolster it. In the same way that a thermometer or a blood pressure cuff can aid a clinician but never actually replace them, tools like ours should be used safely, always alongside the judgment of an expert clinician. And hopefully, one day very soon, when someone like my friend does experience depression, they don't slip through the net in the same way that she did. Thank you.
Very powerful.
Yeah. We're going to continue in that vein, I think. So Hussein's told you loads about him. Let me tell you a bit about myself. I started my career working in human rights, specifically focusing on the rights of migrants and refugees. Since then, it has only become more and more important for us to change the narrative and the rhetoric around those seeking sanctuary. There will always be people in politics, in the media, maybe even people you know and love, who repeat and amplify these toxic narratives. Sometimes it can feel endless.
And that's why it's more important than ever that we have to understand that people seeking sanctuary are just that. They are people and they are human beings, and their choice to look for safety in a new place does not define them. Which is why we need all your love to welcome our next speaker. It's an absolute pleasure. He's an NHS emergency doctor, a World Health Organization digital health expert, and he is also a refugee from Afghanistan. Here to help tell us about his experience and share with us the power of healing, compassion. Please welcome Dr. Wahid Aryan.
Thank you. When I stepped off the plane at London Heathrow in the summer of 1999, the police cars were waiting. I was arrested for not having the correct documentation, handcuffed, put in the back of a van and sent to Feltham Young Offenders Institution. My parents had sent me from Afghanistan to save me from bombs and to give me a future. They'd put all their faith and money into the hands of a smuggler because the normal routes out of the country were not available. But instead of finding safety, I found myself in prison with a pickpocket called Ryan. That's how my life began in the UK. But that's not the only trauma or the first trauma that I'd experienced. Born into war and displacement, I've been through many. But anyone, anywhere can experience trauma as a result of going through situations or events that are excessively stressful, distressing, and frightening. It can deeply affect us physically, mentally, and socially. And our responses vary. I'll talk about some of the traumas I've been through and explain their impact and what helped me cope and how they have shaped my life and my purpose. I was born in Afghanistan in 1983 during the Soviet occupation. I only have 2 happy memories from the first 5 years of my life. One was being taken to a local park by my mother for a treat of an ice cream and to have a play. And another one is when my father knelt down to give me a big kite, and then for him to suddenly disappear, fleeing for his life. All the other memories are of us hiding from soldiers, tanks, and bombs. Aged 5, we escaped to Pakistan like millions of other Afghans. The normal borders were closed, so we had to take a very dangerous route through mountains and rivers, on donkeys and horses, and at night time to escape the military attacks. But we still found ourselves under the attack 3 times. I remember being hidden in an oven cylinder floor by my father when the helicopter gunships and the jets arrived and suddenly started shooting at us from every direction. I can still feel my heart beating against my dad's as I clung onto him for life. We miraculously survived, but countless refugees seeking safety did not then, and do not now, across the world. At our refugee camp, we were safe from bombs, but the conditions were inhumane. We started as a family of 8 in a tent, which was later upgraded to a mudroom, with temperatures rising up to 45 degrees Celsius, and limited access to food and clean water. But the local people were kind to us. One neighbor gave us an electricity cable that powered the only fan we had. And another would allow my siblings and me to climb over the mud wall to watch on their black and white TV an American series called Knight Rider, featuring David Hasselhoff. Soon, most of us suffered from malaria, and then I became dangerously ill. A local doctor diagnosed me with severe tuberculosis. I was at the brink of death. But the local doctor not only saved my life, he inspired me to become like him, to heal people. On my last visit, he gave me a stethoscope and a large, old, illustrated medical textbook, and he said, "Son, you would need these for when you become a doctor." My father didn't have enough money to buy me toys, but he would play doctor with me. He would even allow me to inject boiled water into his arms, which would turn black and blue as I kept messing his veins. I wouldn't let my son do that to me. Yeah. After 2.5 years in the camp, we returned to Afghanistan and spent the 1990s in the middle of civil war. It was a bloody street-by-street fight, and we had to flee from one part of the country to another, again hiding in cellars from the daily rockets, the bombs, and the shellings. It's in those cellars where most of my self-education happened. Every day was like a scene from a horror movie. But I held on to hope. And that helped me survive one day at a time. And when I started a new life in London in 1999, it's that hope that I brought with me. I had no family support, hardly any formal education, and only $100 in my pocket. But it was that hope combined with the kindness of strangers that helped me survive and to pursue my dream to become a doctor. A barrister got the charges against me dropped. He secured my release from prison. A fellow refugee allowed me to sleep on a sofa when I was homeless. And there were others too who tried to help me with my future. They said, "Wahid, work in a chicken shop, then as a taxi driver, and then you might own a chicken shop." All good ambitions, but I wanted to become a medical specialist, not a chicken wing specialist. So I had to figure out my future for myself. and went on to work and study extremely hard. But then there were a set of signs and feelings that really shook me, even though I was safe now. I was constantly hypervigilant. The sound of tube and train in London would suddenly make me jump, reminding me of the rockets. I had nightmares of a sniper taking my head off. I had to wake up, open the window to see for myself that I'm not in a war zone. And the flashbacks would turn red buses on London streets into tanks. I didn't know it then, but these are the classical signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. I tried to cope by focusing on my gratitude for the opportunities that I now had in order to help my family back in Afghanistan and also to pursue my dream. And exercise helped me too. And my dream came true when I got into Cambridge University to study medicine. But at university, I was socially isolated. I was very lonely, and every time I would see parents of other students visiting, I would get extremely sad because I was missing my own parents. I missed a hug from them. I had run out of the adrenaline, the fight or flight response that kept me going for such a long time. Numbing my emotions or trying to lock them away, which is also how traumatized people try to cope, was not working any longer. Deep down, I was a broken child, and eventually I had a breakdown. I opened up at last to my tutor, and for the first time I received the warm hug that I so desperately needed. I cried over his shoulders, pouring my heart out. He was astonished to hear what I'd been through, and he advised me to get professional help and to be kind to myself. So I started getting some therapy. And for the first time, I started thinking about myself, what made me happy, and about my own well-being. And when I qualified as a doctor after finishing my studies at Harvard University and Imperial College in London, I also realized that helping others in need was making me feel better too. So now, helping people with the NHS and through my humanitarian work in low-resource countries had put me on a healing path for my own traumas through giving back. Indeed, recent scientific research supports my experiences. It confirms that self-compassion and showing compassion to others can improve our physical and mental well-being. Throughout the pandemic, I've also been working as an emergency doctor. And I've witnessed patients suffer painful traumas. People desperate to hold on to the hands of their loved ones, people saying their last goodbyes on the phone. My own family went through more traumatic experiences too. I had to say goodbye to my mother as she lay dying in Afghanistan. Then I watched my own history of refugee repeating itself for my 3 newly displaced siblings starting a new life in the West. And I've also watched helplessly how millions of Ukrainians have been devastated by the same bombs, jets, and tanks that attacked me as a child. But I've also seen how we've shown compassion by helping each other in the community. How we all came together in solidarity to fight COVID. And how my own siblings have received the same kindness that I did as a child refugee. Trauma may be experienced by anyone, anywhere. In my case, I'm standing in front of you as one of the 400 million traumatized children of war and displacement. But my life has been transformed by the kindness shown to me. And it's also given me a purpose to give to others in need through my voice, medical profession, and through my innovations, to reduce healthcare inequalities for everyone, regardless of their race, background, or religion. That's what inspires me every day. So if I can rise from a refugee camp, just like that one where I met those little children, what could they and millions of other vulnerable people achieve if we all come together in extending our hands to those in need in our society? I believe we can save many lives, transform countless futures, heal ourselves and heal our society if we act with our whole hearts, not through hatred, violence, or division. I hope that you will join me in making compassion a way of life. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
One more. Thank you.
Well done. If it's one thing we could definitely learn from today, is that there are a lot of tough problems in this world. And we've mentioned a few of the things that aren't going the way we want, and the reason why progress can be slow, difficult, and complicated. Some things need new science, new infrastructure, or large-scale behavioral change. For some issues, we might not even be able to see what a solution looks like.
So on those rare occasions where someone points out that there is a straightforward answer, we should just grab it. It's my pleasure to introduce the CEO of Stonewall. She and her colleagues campaign for a world where LGBTQ+ people are free to be themselves and to live their lives to the fullest. And here to tell us more about how we can all protect the lives of some of the most vulnerable members of our society, please welcome Nancy Kelly.
So I want to tell you all a story about my friend, Carolyn. About 50 years ago, Carolyn was in an NHS hospital. She was getting strapped into a chair and administered with electric shocks, while pictures of women were projected onto the wall. Back then, this was known as aversion therapy, and the goal was to make Carolyn associate femininity with pain and humiliation and disgust. The goal was to suppress her trans identity. It's disgusting, isn't it? It's horrifying. But the doctors that were torturing Carolyn thought they were helping her. They thought being trans was an illness, and the pain that they were inflicting right now was worth it if she could only live what they thought of as a normal life. It took years for Carolyn to leave those rooms behind. It took decades before she lived as her true self. And today, she spends a lot of her time telling her story as part of a campaign to end conversion practices. Because although experiences as severe as Carolyn's are rare today, conversion practices are still part of the day-to-day life of lesbian, gay, bi, trans, and queer people like me. Around 5% of us have been pushed to engage with a conversion practitioner. Around 3% of us have been directly harmed. Make no mistake, this is about homophobia, biphobia, and transphobia. This is a world that wants to reshape my community into an image they find more acceptable. So what do these practices look like now? Conversion practices, at root, are forms of abuse, and their goal is to change or suppress a person's sexual orientation or their gender identity. And some of these practices are faith-based. About half of the practices in the UK are faith-based, for instance. So you might think here of deliverance prayer or prayer vigils or exorcisms. Some of these practices are secular, so abusive pseudo-psychotherapy or depriving people of their material needs or isolating people socially. And although severe forms of conversion practices are rare, they do still happen. There are still cases in the UK of so-called corrective rape. There are still cases in the UK where people are made to ingest toxic substances as part of religious rituals. Now, none of this works. None of this fixes us because we are who we are. We don't need to be fixed. But there is a mountain of evidence that conversion practices harm us and can cause long-term harm to the mental health of survivors. So for some years, there has been a campaign here and around the world to ban these practices. And it's part of a much longer journey, and that's a journey that started in the mid-20th century, with a time where we thought of being LGBTQ+ as abnormal, immoral, ill, and has travelled all the way to now, where most of us just accept being LGBTQ+ as part of natural human diversity. About 4 years ago, the UK was in a pretty good place, so the then Prime Minister, Theresa May, stepped forward and committed to legislating to ban conversion practices. She called them disgusting. She said they have no place in a modern Britain. I agree with her, 100%. 2 years ago, the UN Special Expert on Sexual Orientation, Gender Identity and Sex Characteristics produced a global report on conversion practices. He said, all practices seeking conversion are inherently humiliating, degrading, and discriminatory, and he called for a worldwide ban. Now, 16 countries all over the world have already stepped forward and banned conversion practices. Countries like Ecuador and Brazil, countries like France and Canada, but not the UK. 4.5 years after Theresa May committed to banning conversion practices, they are still legal here. Why? Is it not still a problem? I want to tell you about Liam. So Liam was in his early 20s when he confided in his pastor about his gender identity and his sexual orientation. And when his pastor offered help, Liam wanted it. Liam welcomed it. But what the pastor, the pastor's wife, the church counsellor told Liam over and over again was that he had embraced a lie that came from the devil. That his gender identity and his sexual orientation was evil. That he was on a path that could only lead him to hell. They prayed over Liam for hour after hour. They asked repetitive, intrusive questions about his sexual feelings. They called him by the wrong name. They called him by the wrong gender, day after day, week after week. He says, if I was being told that even God couldn't bear who I am, then it was, and sometimes still is, very difficult to believe I am worthy of love. In fact, trans people are one of the highest risk groups for conversion practices in the UK. They are twice as likely to be pushed to engage with a conversion practitioner. They are twice as likely to be harmed compared to cis, lesbian, gay, bi, queer people like me. And although there isn't a huge body of evidence of the impact specifically on trans survivors, because as Carolyn's story tells us, until really recently we thought trans people were ill and should be cured, the research that does exist is clear that conversion practices can cause long-term mental health problems in trans people. all of the UK's leading medical bodies, from the British Medical Association and the NHS to the Royal College of Psychiatrists, are committed to a ban that protects trans people. Inclusive faith leaders are committed to a ban that protects trans people. The LGBTQ+ community and voluntary sector is committed to a ban that protects trans people. You, the general public, support a ban that protects trans people. But the current intention of the UK's policymakers is to implement a ban that protects cis, lesbian, gay, bi and queer people like me and leaves our trans family unprotected. Why? What they say is that banning conversion practices that target trans people is somehow more complicated than banning these practices when they target people like me. They say there's a need to do further work in order to protect what they describe as legitimate therapies supporting those experiencing gender dysphoria, especially those under the age of 18. I want to pause for a minute and let you know that children and young people are the primary targets of conversion practices. They are the primary targets of conversion practices because families and communities want to remake LGBTQ+ children into an image they find more acceptable. What kind of legitimate therapy could you give to a child that would fall foul of a ban on conversion practices, when the only thing that ban forbids is forms of abuse that seek to suppress or change that child's gender identity or sexual orientation? How can a trans child need less protection than a cis child? How can a trans child need less protection than a trans adult? Right now, somewhere in the UK, a parent is getting ready to pick up the phone and call someone who they truly believe is going to help their child. Having their child come out as trans has left them feeling scared. It's left them feeling confused. They have been overwhelmed with misinformation online and in the news. They've been told that being trans is an illness, that being trans is contagious. They've been told that children and young people are coming out as trans because it's cool. They've been told that children and young people are being groomed to come out as trans. That parent has been made to feel like any loving parent, any responsible parent intervenes and keeps intervening until their child simply stops saying they are trans or even questioning their gender identity. That parent is going to pick up the phone and call a conversion practitioner who is going to harm their child. This will happen next week. It will happen the week after. And it will keep happening while conversion practices that target trans people remain legal here in the UK. It will keep happening until we do something about it. It's not difficult or complicated to ban conversion practices. It's been done in country after country around the world, quickly and well. But it does require a commitment to the human rights of all LGBTQ+ people. The right to live our lives without discrimination, the right to experience our own health, the right to be protected from torture and inhuman and degrading treatment, the rights of the child. Under policymakers' current intentions, these are to be protected for cis, lesbian, gay, bi and queer people, but not for trans people. The rights of trans people are limited, contingent, it's complicated. Because we live in a world in which trans people's rights are boundaried by transphobia and by the discomfort and confusion that many cis people still feel about trans lives and identities. Conversion practices are just one example. One example of the way in which transphobia and cis people's confusion and discomfort limits trans people's human rights and harms their day-to-day lives. I could have come here today to speak to you about transphobic abuse online. I could have come here today to speak to you about bullying in schools. I could have come here today to speak to you about exclusion in the workplace. I could have come and talked about the wave of transphobic hate crime in our streets, or the abuse that too many trans people experience in their own homes. Because we are living through a manufactured moral panic that targets the trans community. Our press, our politics is flooded with transphobic talking points. Under all of it, we can hear a heartbeat of transphobia. The lie that being trans is unnatural. The lie that being trans is an illness, is contagious. The lie that trans people pose a risk to the cis majority. This is a problem that cis people like me and you have created. It's our job to fix it. So I want to invite you to join with me and support the campaign to ban conversion practices for all LGBTQ+ people, no exceptions. I want to invite you to think about the idea that trans rights are human rights, an idea that should be simple, straightforward, obvious, but somehow right now isn't. And I want you with me to commit that we will do something in our day-to-day lives that makes this society safer for trans people. The time for complacency is long, long past. If we want to live in a world where LGBTQ+ people can be free to live our fullest lives, then we are all going to have to fight for it. Thank you.
Well, Mariam, I think it's time to give a really big thank you to the core team of TEDxLondon.
I couldn't agree more.
These people work all year round to make this event happen. And you may not know this, but they are doing this also on a pro bono basis, which means that they are volunteers and they are not getting paid for their time. Basically, I gotta say what it means, you know what I mean? Some people don't know what it means. Without all of you that put your hard work, effort, time, dedication, Excel spreadsheet skills to use, voices that bless this stage today would not be heard. So please give a big round of applause to everyone.
Now, as much, Hussein, as much as I would like, me and the core team and I would love to take credit for everything. We've got one more group of people to thank. And you have all met them. They greeted you at the tube, they met you at registration, maybe they helped seat you, maybe you've interacted with them on social media, maybe you have seen them at the Speaker Cafe. They are an incredible, incredible community of Team X volunteers. They bring our events to life on the day. This is like a huge group of people. I have no idea what number it is now, but it's like 80 people or some, yeah, you can count that and see. Event this large, this complicated, could not be done without them. There's a whole bunch of them down here, I can see. So let's give them a round of applause. Right, let me check we're good. Hey, tech people, are we good?
Is this another opportunity for me?
Yeah, thumbs up, okay.
No. Okay, so to round out today, we wanted to bring you something very, very special. Okay? All right? Okay. We are so privileged and delighted to be joined by the London-based gospel choir, The Spirituals, led by their artistic director, Junior Gar. So to perform 3 songs that are part of their Apple Music project that will be released tomorrow. So make sure you download that and stream and support. Okay?
Right.
All right. And to tell us more about their journey, please, TEDxLondon, put your hands together for the spirituals.
Never falling under, we are full of wonder. Never falling under, we are full of wonder. I can be the light, I'm not afraid of thunder. I am full of light, yeah, I am full of wonder. We are full of wonder. Never falling under. We are full of wonder. I feed my day, hey, hey, hey. The weight up on my shoulder. Hey, no way we gon' break. Hey, I'm full of wonder. Whoa, whoa, we are falling under. We are full of wonder. We ain't falling under. We are full of wonder. This life is contagious. Go tell your neighbors. Just reach out and pass it on. This life is contagious. Go tell your neighbors. Just reach out and pass it on. This life is contagious. Go tell your neighbors. Just reach out and pass it on. This life is contagious. Go tell your neighbors. Just reach out and pass it on. This life is contagious. Go tell your neighbors. Just reach out and pass it on. Yeah, yeah. Whoa. Yeah, yeah. Whoa. Yeah, yeah. Whoa. Yeah, yeah. Whoa.
Hello, TEDxLondon. How are you? Wasn't that amazing? These guys are awesome. Yeah. This light is contagious. Go and tell your neighbors. Reach out and pass it on. And that's what we're about. It's a real honor and a privilege to be here with you guys, just amongst so many incredible people and just such a safe space for freedom of thought. The next song that we're going to do is called The Future Starts Now, and we wrote it to really bring hope to the world and to remind you that wherever you are, whatever circumstance you may find yourself in, you have the power to speak out and say, my future starts now. So enjoy it.
Oh, it's so temporary. It's all gonna fade away. Don't look beyond tomorrow, for the joy is here today. There's a lifetime of adventure. These are the better days. These are the better days. And we're not gonna feel the fight or the rising tide, for our hope is here today. No, we're not gonna live a life in the former things, for they all have passed away. Look around, can you see the light? Can you hear the sound of the angels singing? Look around, can you see the light? Can you hear the sound? 'Cause the future starts now. The future starts now. There is no ordinary when love is on the move. Just look and watch it happen when there's nothing left to prove. Rise up, this is the moment. These are the days. These are the better days. And we're not gonna fear the fight on the rising tide, for our hope is here today. No, we're not gonna live a life in the former things, for they all have passed away. Look around, can you see the light? Can you hear the sound of the angels singing? Look around, can you see the light? Can you hear the sound? 'Cause the future starts now. The future starts now. The future starts now. The future starts now. We're gonna dance like we never danced. We're gonna shake the ground. We're gonna sing like we never sang. We're gonna share the sound. We're gonna dance like we never danced. We're gonna shake the ground. We're gonna sing like we never sang. We're gonna tear the sound. And we're not gonna fear the fight or the rising tide, for our hope is here today. No, we're not gonna live our life in the former things, for they all have passed away. Look around, can you see the light? Can you hear the sound of the angels singing?
In the room. Should you try a little something? You sing. Come on, come on. One more time, one more time. Clap for yourselves. That was amazing. Wow. Listen, I want you to do something for me. I want you to go, if you have Apple Music, I want you to go. If you don't have it, you should subscribe to it. I want you to go to Apple Music, type in The Spirituals, and just download or stream our music. It's coming out tomorrow with Apple Music, and it's an exclusive for Black History Month. Thank you, thank you. That leads me to talk about our next song. Our next song is called Wade in the Water. And it's old Negro spiritual that we flipped, and 103 million streams later, we're here and we've reimagined the song. I want to just give you a little bit of a history of the song. So I just wrote something on my phone, and I'm going to read it to you now. The song relates to both the Old and New Testaments. Harriet Tubman used the song Wade in the Water to tell the escaping slaves to get off the trail into the water, to make sure that the dogs employed by slavers lost their trail. Slaves from different countries, tribes, and cultures used singing as a way to communicate during the voyage. Music was a way for the slaves to express their feelings, whether it was sorrow, joy, or inspiration, or hope. These songs were passed down from generation to generation throughout the slavery. And here we are now, reimagining these songs, telling the story, because the stories still need to be told, about our people, and how important we are to the narrative of the world. So this is Wade in the Water, and I hope you enjoy it.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God said he's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. We are the sons and the daughters. We gotta stand up and make it loud. Just like our God told the Pharaoh, let my people go, go. We are a new generation from the ones who will come before. He's calling us into freedom, let my people go, go. We never shy, never shame. We be up above where you make the heavens. If you don't say no more trouble, let my people go, go. The blood, sweat, and the tears that we've gathered with you. If you don't say no more trouble, let my people go, go. Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God said he's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Ba-dum-bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum-bum, 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 ba-dum-bum,
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Woo! Amazing stuff.
One more time for the spirituals, please. So you see our volunteers are heading towards the door. We've actually implemented a new policy that we'll be checking all your phones to make sure that all of you have subscribed and make sure you pre-ordered their music. I'm joking. We will not be doing that. But before we let you go today, I just want to say that the speaker lounge will be open on the mezzanine level, and you can go there and you can have a chat with all of our speakers that have been speaking. The bars will also be open, and if you're a supporter of an all-access pass holder, you can access all the bars. You can access the bar on the first floor as well. We really hope that you stay and continue the conversation, and more importantly as well, talk amongst yourselves and speak with somebody that you don't know.
So I want to do a couple of things before we leave. First, I want to tell you that we have 2 upcoming events. So these are I'm just so thrilled to be able to tell you about these 2. The first is on the 17th of October. It is our live podcasting event for Climate Curious. If you've never been to a live podcasting, it's very awesome. This one is going to be about how gender equality is a climate solution. Our second event, which I'm thrilled to launch and announce today, is the return of TEDxLondon Women in 2023. Woo! We are back for another year, 5th of February, right here at Sadler's Wells. And you can find a QR code on the back of your newspapers that has more info about both.
Mariam, I feel like there's something that really needs to come from your heart right now. And this wasn't planned. This is as real can get. So TEDxLondon, please put your hands together for Mariam Pasha, please.
Thanks, Sam.
You can
stay. You can stay. It wasn't planned, but I did write something. And I hope you guys don't mind. I just want to take a minute and tell you why, after a decade of running these events, I feel like spending time here together today is just so important. Today's been an opportunity to be inspired, to inspire each other, to heal together, and to imagine the future. This has been especially important because for the past 12 months, women and people with marginalized bodies all around the world have seen their rights, their safety, their education, and their very lives vanish. From the shocking reversal of Roe v. Wade, taking away the right to choose from women in the US.
You've got this, Mariam.
To the expulsion of all girls in Afghanistan from education, to the daily violence faced by our trans sisters, to what is happening on the streets of Iran right now. As an Iranian woman in exile, I have witnessed the suffering of Iranian women my whole life. And to see the bravery of young women in Iran today is incredible. They are literally risking their lives to stand up against oppression, to demand freedom. And I feel it's my responsibility to amplify their voices, to take a moment and reflect on why being here today and every time we hold these events is so special. Because we have this precious privilege to meet, to discuss, to disagree with one another, to speak freely. Junior said it best, to be in a safe space of curious minds. So there's a responsibility for those of us who, in this world, who have access to all these rights, to speak up, to share, and to amplify the voices of people fighting for freedom, wherever they be. You have my utmost gratitude and deep thanks, and the deep thanks of our whole team. There are lots of things you could have done this Sunday, but you chose to spend them with us, and that means the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.